It's just a sec, everybody. Because, of course, the green screen was set up for how my webcam used to be. There we go. That works. And I changed it yet again. So now, if I bump my desk, it doesn't bump my camera. uh, that is because uh, perfection doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean you can't shoot for it. I'm just kidding. Kind of. um, my brain just short circuited there. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Uh, Mainly because uh, in the list of things that I keep changing, also the rigging for the green screen I changed recently, so it goes just like make the entire process easier to do. So I now have it on these like, or actually I have an extra one. Just one sec. So I have them on these things that are super handy that I just like got a bunch of them from like the dollar store. Boop. And I think they're supposed to like hold your like dishcloths and so you can like hang them to dry. But I have it so it's holding up. It's going through like the two ring or the two like loops. Um, I mean, probably could work for a shower curtain as well. Although with like how they're a bit on the pricier side, so I probably wouldn't use them for a shower curtain. Um, but I actually did try using shower curtain rings, but it didn't work as well as I was wanting. So like with this, I'm not sure if people could see, but this has like the ring in here and then it has like a hook. So I basically just like have this part attached to the green screen and then I have two rings up on a rod. And then I just like hook this up on the ring. Then I'm good to go. Yeah, much much better than what I was doing before, which was like it's kind of it's somewhat it's almost embarrassing to say actually. So I uh had like another rod that I was suspending from the rod that is semi-permanently up there, and then I was using a piece of string, but like thicker cord, to like create a like suspension system with these hooks attaching to either side of the rod, and that's what was supporting the green screen. It worked. Oh yeah, I did. Like, when did I? It's been a while now. But yeah, the the work area is back in the bedroom. How is Palia? Palia is yeah, Palia's okay. We're kind of counting down to winter lights as we do this time of year. Blue Star Protocol is it's okay. Me and Tiger have still been playing it, or like, I've mostly been playing it because Tiger's been playing it. It's actually kind of funny. This one's been going the opposite direction. So I kind of fell off with Blue Star Protocol, but then I found out that Tiger is still playing it, so I've been sticking it out, at least for like the life skills, because the life skills aren't the worst. Um, in stark contrast to like weeklies in uh like doing weeklies brain please function uh doing weeklies in Palia, there we go, doing weeklies in Blue Star Protocol are immensely rewarding because you get like a massive amount of experience, so you don't even need to really grind the life skills in Blue Star Protocol. You can like 100% do your leveling via the weekly turn-ins, which I keep forgetting that I don't have to do the weekly turn-ins for the gathering professions because my gathering professions are maxed out. I just yeah. Um Also, now that that's all done, hey Sonovia, sorry to hear that you had a hard weekend. Excuse me. Jeez, not sure where that came from. But sending you a lot of hugs, hon. I'm I'm not sure what made your no, sorry, I'm not sure what difficulties you were having this weekend. There, that's what I meant. Um, but I yeah, I feel you. But we are going to excellent. I had silly boy drama. So we're definitely a pair. Yeah. Because for anyone unfamiliar, I live in a house with six gay men, or sorry, well, of varying shades of the rainbow. It's easier to just say six gay men, but of varying shades of the rainbow. So, or I guess colors of the rainbow. Anyways, and it is. Well, it's basically exactly what you would expect when you have that many friends of Dorothy in one place. Welcome to Thunderdome. Except, instead you have RuPaul saying it. I mean, kind of. Why am I even running around this plot? I don't even know. I had a plan. There was a plan. Thank you for the follow. Do you pronounce that Kate? I'm guessing Kate Simsley. Also, thank you, Harold. I appreciate that. We're definitely having a day though. Oh, sorry. You mentioned PAX. I'm not a PAX boy. I am like um I'm the definition of a gamer boy. So when it comes to things like PAX and like BlizzCon, those aren't really it's normally the guy I'm dating at the time is the one that likes those things. And they give me the rundown. But yeah. Um what did you mention about it though? Oh, is PAX oh, sorry. When you said PAX, I thought you meant the sorry, for anyone unfamiliar, PAX is also a convention. And that's what I thought you meant. I didn't know PAX is a game. The only the only PAX that I have heard of is like PAX Day, but I'm pretty sure that died out. Oh, you are referring to PAX Day? I was so sure that one. I Interesting. Oh, yeah. Okay. Steam Early Access, June 18th. People, people who searched this, I'll search for Ashes of Creation. Oh, wait, is this the one that you can build in the open world? I think I saw a content creator do. I heard that it's so that it's so grindy. Um, that is that is the one. Uh, like in terms of grindiness, if you think that Palia is grindy, um, buckle up, Spider Monkey. Um, sure. Okay, good. Just making sure that I. Interesting. Yeah. It it's definitely something that I wouldn't mind checking out. How much is PAX? Which the Pally related stuff. Discord is popping. 25. Probably means that it's. I mean, if it's $25 there, or 25 pounds sterling, probably means it's close to $40. Yeah. So this. Oh, like I've already like watched like a deep dive on it. So. Oh, I'm from Canada. Oh, sweet. I'm Alberta, Calgary. I know most people are just like, don't share that stuff. I'm just like, there's like over 1 million people in Calgary. If you can come to Calgary and find me, I will give you a tiny dragon sticker. That's just how many people are in Calgary. And when you get to Calgary, it's not like most cities that like are condensed. So if you've been to like London or Chicago, those kinds of those types of cities are like very condensed. Whereas I refer to Calgary as like the biggest small town you will ever go to, and there's a reason for that. It's because as Calgary developed and uh, expanded, it just enveloped the towns that were around it. So when you go to like different areas, it those used to be towns, and sometimes you can notice that, and you can see when it used to be a town. So one of them is Bowness, I think, and you can see the main street still. Um, you need to glitch a wallpaper onto a pavilion floor. Sure thing. I actually saw something uh, from Drake Lance on that, funny enough, this morning. So, for anybody that doesn't have a Winterlight spread present, it's very easy if you do have a Winterlight spread present. Um, that being said, sorry, console players, you're still bushwhacked. Um, because it does involve flicking. But then again, we are talking about wallpapers on flooring, so yeah. Also, Kate, I missed your message, but you, about you missing or about you living in Calgary. I'm jealous that you got out. I have to say. Your parents just landed at JFK. That's I can never remember. I'm so bad with airports. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay. Hey, it worked. It's New York. Cool. We got it. So, yeah, apparently, thanks to Drake Lance, so you want to get it in. Okay, let's. I should have grabbed an actual flooring so we can try it again. And then you're gonna want to like angle up. Mm, assuming into the pillar. Hmm. Interesting. Let's try back here. Yeah, don't bow yet, cause there we go. We found it. Found it again. Yeah, I the only reason why I was doing this one was just in case people don't have that one, don't have a winter light spread present. But yeah, I'll do that just in case, or for posterity's sake. For anyone that does have a winter light spread present, you of course can do our there we go. Get the pavilion up on the winter light spread present. Then just do a normal obstacle flick. Um, which since we're here, I wanted to try something. What did I want to try? Oh, you're confused still? Sure. I mean, so we are using a glitch called referred to as obstacle flicking. So if you're not familiar with that, I can definitely back it up a bit. Hmm. Well, I suppose for starters, Kate, do you play on PC or on Switch? Sorry, or on console? Because we we have all the consoles now. Well, all consoles aside from Steam Deck. Oh, you know how to flick. Oh, you just wondered where the red present is? The red present is down there. Um, or sorry, yep, there it is. Sorry, you can only really see it when you. This is a fun fact, by the way. Um, for anyone having issues grabbing it, I find you can only really get it for like a split second. Does it have to stay there? Does not. No. But if you do have it stay there, you can do shenanigans with it. Interesting. I wonder if it's because there's a texture. Yeah, fascinating. So yes, by shenanigans, of course, I'm referring to um being able to turn it around. Yes. Son, I was too close. Sadness. And yeah. So you use the red present as a base. Yes, you are 100% correct. So if you are not familiar with this glitch, because this one is newer, I guess, which, do I make house calls? I mean, I do. I don't do excessive house calls. I prefer that, like, I do the first one for you to kind of show you how it's done, and then so you can learn how to do it on yourself. Kind of like teach a Pallion to fish type deal. Not that I'm so something that I you might note or notice me do, and because I was failing like a lot, like a lot. So something that I will do is I'll have my item or some item in my inventory, and I will go to place it on the Winterlight's red present, and then I'll take my hand off of the mouse. And at that point, because remember that when we get into the jump trick, and I apologize, I did try to change, or I did try and change my visualizer so it would show the keybinds for this. Also, hey Lawrence. Um, but I ran out of energy this weekend. And then I will exit out of the build mode using control. And now I know that my cursor is all ready to place an item on top of that present, as long as I don't touch my mouse. So we just do our jump trick. We have to succeed at it, of course. Then we exit out. Now we're in our state where we cannot move. And that's the important part, because remember, there are two states that you can be in. There's one state where you're able to move, and there's one state where you can't. The state you want to be in is the one where you can't move. And as well, you need to make sure that you yourself are far enough away from the structure, because you can be in the way. So, yeah. And that will allow you to place the structure down. And Synovia, are you, but that being said, Synovia, are you struggling with doing the flick, or are you struggling to get it onto the Winterlight's Red Present? Sorry. Because the only thing I can't do for you, like the literal only thing, is flick. Yeah, that's literally the only thing I can't do for you. I'm so sorry, hun. Yeah. Let's go back to this one. If you are trying to do this version, because you did have to go. Actually, well, there is a specific spot, and it's this one right here. I think. Let's try. Nope. Is it in the middle? There we go. We found it. Because if you flick, if you're doing this version, and if you flick over here or over here, sorry, so like this line right here, apparently that line works too. Sorry. Because I'm doing an example. So it looks like we have two spots. You can hit here or here. But you don't want to do anything else, because otherwise you're going to be too far down. And as well, you want to like go up to where this is not a valid placement location, and then go down to where it's just barely touching. Apparently the angle is bad now. There we go. That also being said, if you want to just save yourself a bit of grief, you could just hold off until, I mean, not next week. Someone on one of the Discords mentioned next week for Winterlights. I'm still pretty sure it's going to be little, like, second week. And what was the thing that I wanted to check? Right. I remember now. We wanted this. Wait. My brain is not braining. There we go. Remove that. Although I suppose we could have. Oop, what the heck? Oh, I think. Actually, no. I have no idea why I did that. Cool. Oh, is that the issue? Here, one sec. Let me. Hmm. Oh, you got it? Okay, sweet. Although that being said, I could, yeah, that is something that I could have come over and helped with. Sorry. Hmm. Oh, right. No, I forgot. This one's really easy. You don't, just don't use that. Duh. I'm adorable. Or rather, it can be. Yeah, interesting. There it is. Yee. Glorious. That makes it, I like it. I don't love it. Someone mentioned using it for a waterfall. Could just be me. It's too stagnant. Now, the thing that I wanted to try. What is fascinating? Hmm. Glorious. Okay, and up we go. Hmm. No, I thought I could deal with the shelf like that. I can't. I can't even see the grid. On the plus side, changing it back to its original color costs nothing. Sorry, plus massive air quotes and asterisk or asterisk. Okay. I also have to get the Dragos. Get get the Maggies. Hmm. Okay. I mean, on the plus side, it did prove my hypothesis. Mm. I was just I was just curious because uh, when I raised or when I like lifted the alchemist base room, I noticed that uh, the underside of it was modeled, which for anybody that has or for anyone that has looked at the underside of any of the harvest house pieces, the underside of them are not they're not modeled, so they're see through from under the underside. Uh, so the fact that this one does have a texture, I was just like, I wonder if when you apply a texture, does it, you know, carry on? So rather than needing to sink the entirety of the building, you literally can just flip it. Obviously, some fine tuning is required. I do too. Uh, yeah. On the yeah, so do I. Oh, that gives me an idea, sir. The gazebo. Gazebo. You just gotta remember how is this does and this does not include or this does not there it is. Suck it. No flicking involved. Console friendly. Obviously it's not flat, which is the drawback, but then after that, of course, we and personally I would use platform syncing just uh so there aren't any like there's no chance of or there's no real chance of like it getting booted. But that's just me. I don't I don't like things getting booted, so and I mean you can use anything for your platform. Um, Oh, biscuits. Guess who I forgot to wake up, everybody? I forgot to wake up Automatic Tiny Dragon. Come on, buddy. Wake up. On the plus side, since I'm waking him up right now, the alerts will be like right on time. That's like the one plus side about waking him up like an hour late is that instead of getting the notifications like 5 minutes early or 3 minutes early, we get them like you get them when I get them. So boop. There we go. So I will be switching over to the Be Right Back screen. I'll see everybody in a few minutes. Much love, everyone. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Sorry, technical difficulties with my mouse. Again, son of a biscuit. There we go. On the plus side, I didn't. It didn't bug out and almost and hit the stop stream button. That would be terrible. Okay, I think we're gonna need to be a little bit sneaky to get. Or maybe not. We might be able to make this work. I'm just gonna see if we can get a paver to work post that post bumping change. That made like so many things impossible. What am I forgetting? Yeah, a work. Okay. Hey, got it on the second try that time. That's nice. Okay, now let's see if we can be a bit shady. That might be a bit much. All right, enjoy your lurk, love. It's placed there. Okay. Hmm. Actually, that third one's probably too much. That moment when you're just like, right, I forgot the platforms for the platform sync. Oops. Not enough space. Drat. That's okay. And we can't move these. That sucks. That's okay. Hey, Norris. Doing pretty good. How are you? That's interesting. I mean, could use a little bit more. And warm baths are definitely really nice, especially if the body's or if your body's sore. Though I also find it depends on like if you have a nice tub or not. The tub we have at our current rental property it's is it's okay, but it's not the best. I, dang it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have um yeah, I please don't uh hmm. I don't I yeah. I'll try. I make no promises about not because like even after I posted that I'm just like and it's mainly due to the fact like if you go to like that content creator's video on like placing buildings on Winterlight's red presents, are like um there's like over 5K views on it. But then if you go to like Drake Lance's, who did the original video on it, there's like half that. And that's kind of what burns my biscuits. And it's like, but again, as I mentioned in my post, it's a difference of values. Trying to think of like something similar. Um, oh, it's also like clickbait. personally, I don't like. I'm not like, even though I recognize that it is a very effective like strategy for getting people to like click on your content. Like otherwise, it would not be, it would not be a thing. I just prefer not to use it, even though my content might do better. But interestingly enough, uh, we have been mucking around with uh, that, um, or actually, I didn't even really need to watch the tutorial because I already knew how it was done. I I just I didn't know who to credit, so yeah. But now I do. Um, Not sure how you have a question. Yeah, just uh post it in chat and I will answer. If it needs a demonstration, I do the demonstration. That's what how it works. I think that's all of it. Um, as as specific as you can be is helpful. So things like, "Can you teach me glitching?" brings up a 404 message in my head because the answer to that is yes, yes, I can teach you glitching. You ask a general question, you get a general answer. What was I doing? And as uh, my lovely moderator Harold just demonstrated, if people need help getting my attention with a question, I have a channel reward that just costs 1 channel point. That's summon the question raccoon. And then I also have a bot command that is uh, um, exclamation point help that sends up a little message from Automatic Tiny Dragon. Help, why did we come? Why did we go into the box? I can't remember. Had an ADHD moment. Mm. Um, Must floating. Oh, floating flower heart for sure. How would you float it higher in the air? I'm just trying to remember how exactly. Um, so with that specific demonstration, let's not use pavers because they're already giving me an aneurysm today. Let's use plates. Oh, part of your question was cut off? Yeah, I gotta love when Twitch does that. I wish they would just do like an actual character limit. Um, and would you put the flowers on? Fair enough. Would you mind retyping out the rest of your question? Sorry. Are you sure? Because I okay. Uh, sure thing. That will let me actually do a bit of setup anyway. Hmm. I mean, they'll make good markers. And we're just going to do a simple shape. The day they actually fix the placement of these gosh darn plates. Okay. Welcome back. So uh, so it's to answer the question of how does one float it higher, it's actually fairly simple. Um, where you place your crate, um, is where the how do I say this? Sorry, that's where the ground is going to be. Kind of. It might be easier if I do it this way because it's not really that. Because you want to hide the crate under the ground. So if we imagine that this line of flooring here is the ground, and then this crate is going to be hidden under the ground, all one needs to do is push it further down this way in order to make whatever design is here go further into the air. Does that make sense? It might make a bit more sense if I do it from the aerial view. So just to show again. And I'll actually or instead of this, I'll just do the thing just to show. Um, because this also is why I where did of course I put them back in the box. Hold please. This is also why the addition of the go home plate is very important. And I just forgot that until like just now. Um, and it's because it gives you a consistent point that you are floating from. Reminder that you can really use anything for your go home plate. So let's do one from here, and then we'll just go straight down. And we just go to the first one, form item cancellation. I'm just going to use ancient bushes. If you have an issue with collision like that, a trick that helps is to mark down where your go home plate is, so you're able to move it out of the way, have your anchor return, and then put it back where it should go. And rather than go through the whole thing, I will just do the first one for each of them. And now since we went this distance, actually, sorry, I'll use a different box just because that's a little bit hard to see. And do we, of course we don't have a shelf. Hold please. And this is just so they're all more or less equal. Yeah, we were too close. There we go. So this is the first height right here. And our second height. And our third height. And yeah, it's kind of a weird kind of way of thinking, I suppose, that to go up, one must go down. Or, I suppose, further away from your design. Now, to make it more complex, uh, how could you... I mean, it's not that difficult, depending on like what exactly you're trying, again, what exactly you're trying to do. Because it can be as simple as like attaching gosh darn it, this hecking plot. I swear to Rao. Because you can just group select it out. However, if you do, then you're going to end up seeing your crates. So you might, in that case, want to adjust how close they are here. So you would then want to move it this way. So it's out and then over. I did kind of get myself in the foot with this. Let's try something the same height for the go home plate. Nope. Still having issues there, buddy. That's annoying. Flower rainbow, and you want it floating. Okay. So, yeah, in that case, um, I mean, thank you for giving me the, yeah, these are the reasons why it's supremely helpful to give me as much information as possible. So, um, since we know that we're on this plot, I can, since I have this plot, I can flip over to that one. And you want it floating over the water, out of bounds. Oh, no, it's all good. This is your first time asking a question. It's okay. You're fine. Um, right, because hold please. Now that we have a bit more information, we can be a bit more on the particular side. Such as maybe marking out where exactly like this edge here is. And maybe where, oh hey, that's nice. So, interestingly enough, if you look, it's kind of hard to see due to just like the coloring on this specific plot. But if you look by my character's feet, you can actually see where on the plot that should line up. So let's see if I can. So right here and here is where that crate should line up. Now the trick is just remembering that. Mm. And now we're going to try something a little wild. On the plus side, I don't have to because Paliopedia keeps all of this data in perpetuity for times just like this. I think it's around 400 gold each. Just give me a hot sec. Yeah, as of last year, they were 400 gold each. No problem. Okay, that might have been a bit more distance than we needed. Lol. Where did it go? Hero. Um, I'm so confused. Maybe? But if it went up, then why would it be having collision issues? And like moving it like this way, theoretically anyway, now a crate should show up here. I mean, unless it rotated. Ah, it did. It sure did, fam. Because crates like to rotate. Darn. Or, I mean, we can just kind of try and see. Because this isn't like our only option. We have other options. And like we could embed the thing in there. Yep, there we go. But then it would just be like a matter of like being very spot on with your calculations. because that vertical distance that I just demonstrated is, or not vertical, that horizontal distance is the one thing that we can't control with this kind of coordinate floating. And as well, truth be told, uh, for this type of project, I actually I wouldn't use a crate for it. If I'm being perfectly honest, I would actually use a flooring tile. Oh, we do have a flooring tile. Fantastic. And that is simply due to the fact that you can fit more flowers on it and you can make your rainbow bigger. That also being said, however, when like laying out your points, I cannot remember if this was in the heart or the floating heart video. Probably not, but you can uh, basically put in an item that is the anchor that you're using. So if we're switching to flooring, switch to flooring, and place that on top of your coordinate points. And this just makes sure that your coordinates are not too close together. You can also augment it, of course. Once you have it like this. So if you want your rainbow to be a different curvature, you simply start moving in your plates. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, there we go. Hey, so no. Thank you very kindly. I appreciate the compliment. Get that crit out of the way. Interesting. The Winterlights plates do not. Oh, there we go. Oh, server connection lost. That was weird. Has anybody else been having any server connection issues? No? Fair enough. Uh, on that note, it does look like it's just about time for our next self-care break, so I will see you already in a hot minute. Once I break myself out of this, I'm almost done. And then we can start with the coordinates when we get back from the break. All right, there. Just about, but see you very shortly. Mm. All right, and we're back, everybody. Something else that is a good idea to do before you start doing all of your coordinates or like all of your floats is to kind of see how the layout looks from the aerial view, and just see if that shape is what you want. Personally, I think it isn't quite what I was hoping for. Mm, let's grab a floor. Is as long as the plate, or as long as your like the floor doesn't come in contact with the plate next to it like that, you should be perfectly fine. I don't hate that. Yeah. Then you can always like fine tune it a little bit more when you like go into just normal build mode. Mm. Dang it, I really don't want to, but that does seem to be like this one here does seem to like need to be bumped like ever so slightly in. Then that one can be there. There we go. That's nice. So basically a box and a tick, and then one box or inside the box this way, or one tick if you rather. Everyone's just like, make up your mind on your unit of measurements, please. It's like, no. Over, over, that one's on the line, that one's on the line. Okay, it looks like everything is more or less symmetrical. Um, right, now we just need to get those ones in order. There we go. There we go, that's nice. Unfortunately, this is kind of where the awkward part comes in because I didn't really make this too big. So, personally, for the size that I made this, I actually would probably um, perform the floats from the center instead of what we did before, and then just chuck it into that center platform. Now, obviously, I'm not going to do the full rainbow because, this is my testing plot and it's just going to get broken down anyway for parts. So we will just Or I guess we can still do something semi-colorful though. So let's get the blue, orange, pink, purple, red, yellow. Okay. Please, it's been a hot minute since I've actually seen. Okay. Glad I searched that. Because, like, in my head, don't ask me why, purple is by red. Okay, green, then yellow. Basically the exact opposite that I was going to do. Um, and there's red. And then just pink will go on the opposite side of, because technically pink shouldn't be here, but you know, it's gonna be here. Hey, Techno. Lovely to see you, hun. I'm sorry. That doesn't. Okay. In the light, it looks orange. Just in the dark, it does not look orange. Good luck, love. I believe in you. You can do it. Knock those reports out of the park. Wait, what? Apparently, of course we did. You can't blame my keystrokes. It's just a it's just a basic float, hun. Oh, is that what the issue is? Nope, definitely was not. So right there, over to the paver or plate, and then number one to activate the float. Obviously, no, you said that you were on console, so or no, you said you were on PC, so don't have to worry about the console float nonsense. I mean, unless you didn't mean that and you meant like back here. This is just group select. Oh, S6, you are starting to burn my biscuits. I mean, when you reset, here, instead of going far away, I will just go in front. You just select and then place in the same spot. That's all. And if you'll excuse me for a moment, I just need to figure out why this isn't working. Oh my god. If everyone could just go open a feedback forum, like right now, for my sanity. And it just needs to say a very simple thing. And tell your friends, please. And a very simple phrase. No one likes item collision. No one does. No one likes it. So stop. Like, S6 is so insistent on this BS. That's all. Sorry for the salt. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just gonna, due to anyways, um we will see you later, hun. See if that fixes it. Oh, it's okay, S6. Just keep making the game that you want and see how many players stick around. It's fine. Just why even have a feedback form if you're just going to ignore it? That's all I have to say. I'm sorry, what? Oh, did they have a Black Friday sale? I completely missed that. Really? Oh my god. Well, they brought that back, the Umbran Owl. Not on sale. It's just there. Yeah. Also, when was American Thanksgiving? I literally have no idea. Our Thanksgiving was like last month, so. Also, happy Tuesday, Angie. It's this coming Thursday? No, fair enough. My condolences to anyone needing to deal with their family. I mean, what? Sorry, I love my family very dearly. I do. But I don't know what it is about the holidays that brings out the worst, the absolute worst. Like, yeah, I was nowhere near that. But whatever. Anyways, um, the reason I was asking about Black Friday is because I had no idea when Black Friday actually was. So if it actually is this weekend, then I guess that kind of makes sense. But also, I thought Black Friday was only really for like actual retail stores, and then like Cyber Monday was supposed to be for online. Yeah, I mean, like Black Friday is for people with disposable income. That does not include myself. So, yeah, I, yeah, pretty much. And yeah, and like I am that person that I'm just like, people like ask me, like, oh, what do you want for Christmas? I'm just like, don't. The best Christmas gift you can get me is like removing the guilt of or the pressure of needing to buy you something for Christmas. That's the best Christmas gift you can get me. I mean, that or make me something. I don't care. I don't know. I don't care. I'm like the definition of it's the thought that counts. So like that's just the God's honest truth of like what do you want for as a gift, and just like I don't. Which I don't know. I know I'm probably like a weird when it comes to stuff like that, but I've like I've always been like that in my adult life anyway. When I was a kid, I was a kid, so it's all good. The broken short color. Do you think? We've already gotten confirmation from Lacey that they are going to fix it for the next patch. Um, will we have to recolor or if they fix it, everything will go blue again. Uh, everything will everything that is dyed shore will go back to whatever they code as shore. Oh, right. I mean, sorry. I was unsure how. Wait till you see this. Yeah, there it is. Mm-hmm. Needless to say, I hope we don't have to, because I mentioned this the day it broke, and like I spent a long time doing this. And, like, you can't see it because it's all white now, but there's like a very intricate, like, alternating homestead end table, industrial coffee table that like weaves through the other tables or the other, like, the log cabin stools. So yeah, but I mean, I'm pretty sure they will just fix it, which is kind of why um, when it initially happened, I mentioned to people to specifically not design with it, for that exact reason. But um, I'm trying to think of a why I keep. I guess it's only the second time that's happened. It's still weird though. Also, hey, Starwindy. Hope your day's going well. Oh my, I'm okay. It's a day. That being said, I think we are gonna. How can we, or what can we do to make this not terrible? Because currently this is terrible. Mm, let's go to the stairs. Right. I'm a Yutz. I just realized why we're having collision issues. And it's not S6's fault, it's mine. Lol. It's because we're doing the floats in the wrong order. I'm normally good at this. I'm normally better about this. Oops. On the plus side, uh, prime example as to why we perform our floats in the opposite direction. Although it still won't fix that bit. Hmm. Okay, I take it back. Maybe it has something to do with the paver being shorter than the Winterlight's plate. That hasn't really been an issue. I guess we can try. And this is what I was also worried about. Also, Tay, thank you so much for the follow, hun. This is such a hot mess. Let's just. I'm trying so hard to not just throw in the towel. Okay, let's move this. And of course, but let's, suppose, connect our circuit. Of course. Okay. Now the exact center should be here. Okay. So there was some type of change that happened. I fantastic. Like if S6 could like stop actively making their game worse, that'd be appreciated. That'd be great. Just saying. Just saying is all. This did not used to happen. Okay, let's try. A building block. Let's go home plate. And then pillars. Okay. That should work. I think I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Either that or a developed tension headache. At this point, it could go either way. And like to vent for a moment, I wouldn't be so like so ragey if they didn't use so much or so many like glitched plots, so many glitched plots for their promotional material. And now they're breaking glitching. So they're all too happy to like yeah. But they like do not care to like find out how exactly players are doing this so they can, maybe not break the things that make it possible. Which is why that I don't, which is why that I say that it's not malicious. It's just plain negligent. That's all. Yeah. Yeah. I think I might. I'm. I'm pretty dang close to being on some kind of plot design break, or at least like a slow down. Son of a. The heckin' box rotated again. Wait, did it? I'm so confused. Forget it. It apparently worked. And I'm so with you on that, Angie, about like more tints. Or yeah, I'd be happy with more tints. I won't go into the full rant anymore because I'm tired of ranting. Anyone who's familiar with the channel knows my feelings on the matter. Yeah, I mean it's the exact same reason why every single time I go to like start my kitchen on my in my winter cabin, I run into a wall because like I I try my best to make some type of cohesive design, but like in my head it always looks wrong. So okay, break time. See everybody in a few minutes. Love. All right, and we're back, everybody. And yeah, it definitely does feel like we've been waiting forever and a day for, I don't know, some kind of update to the modification system. Any kind of update to the modification system. I mean, at this point, I've kind of just filed that away with, any hope of there being a quality of life increase to, or quality of life update to trading so we can, you know, maybe, God forbid, trade non-plush. God forbid. Right? Not non-plush. What? Heathen. It's basically what I imagine happens, or that's basically my headcanon anytime I bring up the issue, which is why I just have stopped. At least for the most part. That's so weird. In ADHD, we are on. Just moments like this. Oh, we do have the things to make one. We just need a shelf of some kind, but I think they're all in use. And see, I can understand at least why they wouldn't um do a trade anything system, because when when you start getting into allowing players to trade things that are that can be sold for gold, so things like fish, things like starstones, things like bugs, food, etc. Mostly food, because that's where it's the easiest to produce and for the most amount of coin. And then if you start allowing people to trade, specifically star quality, actually it doesn't even need to be star quality, rather, then you start allowing, or you start opening the door for like real money transactions. So that's why I can kind of understand why they would not allow that. I mean, that being said, actually, let's see, because I did point this out a while ago, and let's see if they did anything about it. Nope, they sure didn't. You still can request 20 Ancient Amber. And it does not take a very complicated bot to go and chop down trees. We've seen them in other games all the time. And fun fact, thanks to how the overflow system works, you can actually overflow, like utilize your overflow bar to go over your storage limit. So technically, a bot could farm wood infinitum. So technically, RMTs could be a thing already. Um, I am just, I don't really, I'm not up to date on that stuff because, I don't do it myself. So, but yeah, fact of the matter is when it comes to free to play games, that is normally the worry is, and normally the argument against trading systems and is that if you put a trade system in, then you open the door for real money transactions, and it's just like the counterpoint to that argument, however, is that if people want to put real money transactions or like do real money transactions in your game, they will find a way. Trust me. It's just how creative do they need to be? And like technically, people could do real money transactions for plush items. Technically. Also, hey Toot, can someone remind me why I got a shelf? Everybody's just like, no idea, buddy. You're on your own with that one. Oh, right. Now I remember. We were making an arrow because I kept getting lost. I knew there was a point. Awesome. Wait, what? Oh, I think we were talking about two different things. Unless, do people wait, do people actually sell? Huh. I was joking. I mean, not joking, but I was more talking about it in like a conceptual standpoint, but even more so, but also, yeah, I mean, yeah, Etsy is a joke. From what I hear, it's gotten so bad, like so bad. I got nothing against people who utilize like AI stuff for their own personal purposes. Just if you or or even if you would like to use it and then make money off of it, that's fine. Just just don't pass it off as like stuff that you like didn't make without AI's help, because it's kind of a backhand to like anybody that put in the time and effort into actually learning how to paint or do digital art. Just saying. I'm not saying that prompt writing is easy. I'm just saying that it's not the same. It's a different thing. But yeah, it's part of the reason why like I've thought about diversifying my portfolio with an Etsy shop, but then I'm just like I I don't want to fight all of the AI shops. But I mean, that also being said, when it comes to like digital stuff anyway, I can always sell that through like Ko-Fi, which for anybody that's a content creator, that is a always an option, or Patreon as well. I think there are options for handmade stuff as well. It's just been a hot minute since I've looked at that stuff. But oh, ships from Florida. Oh, oh, yeah. I thank you for reminding me of the other thing that it's also turned into people just doing like heckin' drop shipping. You got the refund and they told you to keep the product. Yeah, so there's a good chance that they possibly were like like reselling it through Temu or from Temu or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which I'm 90% sure is against terms of service. As long, I mean, unless they've changed. It's been a long time since I've sold anything on Etsy. I think the last time I sold something on Etsy was like I was making chainmail guitar straps. Actually, that makes me wonder if my Etsy store or that Etsy store is still up. No, I would get. I'm just like, no wait, I would definitely get like notifications if anything's sold. So had a minor panic attack there for a sec. This was like years ago. Oh, right. I guess we don't. I forgot that we don't need to do that. We can't test this out. Hmm, cool. Let me just find the center of the plot, which should be there. Oops. One, two, three, four. Right. I suppose that is the nice thing about Serenity Falls is these are this path that I really wish we had this item so you could, continue it into the plot. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. There. S6. All I want for Christmas. Hashtag. Is a path that doesn't destroy my item limit. That'll be the day. There we go. All right, we'll see you later. There, Harold. Much love. So, someone who makes crochet patterns for plush. I mean, no, no, no. So if it's um, if it's like items that are made um, like in the style of it, it does, however, depend on um, the like terms of service of the company. So like for the love of God, do not even try. Do not even try to make anything Pokemon related. They will come after you if you get big enough. If you try, if you get big enough, Pokemon will send you a cease and desist letter. I can't remember if it was Nintendo or Game Freak that sent a cease and desist letter to some friends of mine who uh like what even was it? They made hoodies and like other gaming related and gaming and anime related like hoodies and hats and stuff. And it wasn't super like they were fine, were fine, and they made a fair bit of product, and then just out of nowhere got a cease and desist letter from Nintendo. And so, but funny enough, um, all it takes is a slight rebranding. It's no longer a Pikachu hoodie. It is an electric mouse hoodie. It's no longer an Arcanine hoodie. It is a flaming dog hoodie, etc. And at that point, you're just like, that goes in the suck it bucket. Um, and I'm just not quite sure what or how guarded S6 is with their IP. But yeah, I'm 90% sure, or at least I haven't heard anything at least about people getting in trouble for like selling fan made stuff. I think the closest someone may have gotten in trouble for is like promoting like stuff, but that is because of self promotion issues and like the main Palia Discord has strict rules against self promotion. So Just don't do it. Or just be like me and be very cagey about it and just be like, I know a guy. Who might do this kind of thing. Okay, there was an actual reason that we came here that was none of the things that we've done today. I think we were going to transfer bugs to our Steamworks pod. There's a new selling platform called Mayhem Marketplace. I mean, that already gives me heart palpitations. If that was the goal, then they succeeded. Oh, it's not? I'm so confused. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I missed a follow about 20 minutes ago, and like, I've been like looking over, trying to figure out how to say the username for like this entire time, and I just figured out it's axolotl, and I absolutely love it. uh Sorry. Hey Lady Luminous, how's your day going on? Aside from being at work, obviously. I think I actually might have some butterflies. I have no idea why I was looking in the decor for the butterflies. There we go. Butterflies. Hmm. Sinus headaches are the worst. Funny enough, that's what I was going to suggest for your headache, but if it's a sinus headache, water is not going to help. At that point, you definitely want Sudafed, believe it or not. Um, Mainly because it has Sudafed is ibuprofen with a decongestant in it. So, does all the good stuff. Hey, Heart Mama. Hope your day's going good. Interesting. Is that just like this? I would imagine, because like this is normally where I feel the pressure. Oh, it's this specific massage? Okay, then yeah, I have no idea. Sorry, everybody, I am having such a brain fart at the moment. Yeah, let's just transfer this stuff for now. So, see you in a bit. With like how long it's been taking to load into this plot, it it's been making me laugh just because there's like just the floating tent there. Uh, oh, sugar. Ah, I did this so many times. Hmm. Thank you. I will make a note of that. I don't know why I always forget this. Like without fail. And I'm just like, it'll be fine. I'll just, send everything through. Comes through completely jumbled, and it's just like, but of course. Like, it doesn't really matter, but it kind of matters. And why is there a paper? Oh gosh. I tell you, I hate this game sometimes. So much. So, PAX Day, was it? Uh, I mean, also, well, Snark has no audio, so they won't be able to hear anything I say. I mean, unless they turn on captions, they might hear, or might it might work. But that being said, lurking is chill as well. That also being said, dang it, I did want to ask Snark about when exactly I taught them about the arcade glitch. Because I was like, oh, okay, you're on captions. Fantastic. So when exactly did I teach you about the arcade glitch? Because I saw you mention that in I think inspiration, and I was just like, don't worry about it. But with a terrace. Oh, okay. It did. Okay, it did not read that way. Because I was aware of the glitch that you did, and funny enough, it's been on my list of or my list of things to like do a tutorial on because somebody messaged me about doing a tutorial on that glitch because they they also discovered it and were just like, this is cool, but I don't, and I want to share, but I don't do tutorials. And I have no wish to do tutorials. And I'm just like, that's fair. 10 out of 10 would not recommend. I mean, what? Also, I missed a hydrate. Yep, and there's the floor. I don't. Well, I guess fun fact, you don't actually need to go from you don't need to go the full length of your plot. Going this way is perfectly fine. Pardon me as I go scream into a pillow. I'm just kidding. Uh, and there's all the flowers. Yeah, I don't want these on this plot. I think that's like the part I'm kind of miffed about is like I didn't even want these on this plot. I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close. But you have yourself a good night, and it was lovely seeing you. Thank you for hanging out, Lovey. Um, yeah. I can't remember like how that one works. It's like what? Mm, mm, okay, kind of here-ish. Probably, yeah. No. Um, yeah. Somebody. I can't remember who mentioned it. You go. Oh, if you go to the edge to the right. Interesting. It's like right here. Interesting. Huh. Here, let's go to my testing plot just so it's easier. Um, and I mean, to answer your question, probably. I think the bigger question, at least I would think, is like to like sync or platform sync. Because if you platform sync, then you can theoretically you have a tether back into the plot, and if you do that, it doesn't get booted like our butterfly or our flower arch that we did earlier did. Sorry if I sounded a bit salty there. Oh, that's why. Because it's the non-placeable area of this stupid plot. It makes more sense. That's whatever. Just a test anyway. Ooh, Nelly. Yeah, figured as much. Um, Basically, yes. It you can sync stuff, but you can't place anything. So you won't be able to place anything new. Which is kind of what I was worried about, is that there would be the issue that people were having with the whole that came out with like a little while ago with like building underground. Mm, biscuits. There we go. All right. Time for our next self-care break, everybody. I will see everybody shortly. When we get back, we'll see if we sunk this far enough or too far. All right. See you soon. All right, and we're back, everybody. Oops, a little bit too soon. There we go. Now we're back. And yeah, I kind of figured that we made our platform too big. That's okay. There has to be a more efficient way of doing this. Instead of doing this, if we put flooring down, one, two, three, 6. 7 was too much. Hmm. Then, oh, this 2-step is starting to make me dizzy. Sure, that should work. And then item cancellation. Woo. Yeah. It's not looking good. Yeah. Oh, 100%. As long as you just make everything upstairs. If you make everything up top, you're fine. It's just anytime that you want to make any change whatsoever, which is a large reason why I have not done stuff like this because I am indecisive. I mean, what? And then also remember that you don't have to use flooring for like all of it. You can do you can put terrace pieces on top of your thing. Jeez. So I would say just for good measure, throw in that. What? Oh gosh darn it! Of course, it's not high enough. Oof. Hmm. Oh, I mean, kinda. Especially with like you see how much of a pain in the pain in the tail this is to like get it back out there, right? Wait. Like if building blocks were not like so terrible and so like if they didn't do that, they didn't jump all over the place every single time you grabbed them, then maybe this wouldn't be so terrible. But like, yeah, I would file this under don't do this unless you're someone who like can make one design and stick with it. On that note, I need some catharsis right now, so let's destroy some stuff. This is basically why the testing plot exists, so I can build stuff and then just destroy it. It's how my other plots have survived as long as they have. Hmm. There we go. That feels better. Um, and Snark, funny enough, now that you're back home and you have audio, um, I doubt many people saw it because it was kind of in the corner last week, but on the testing plot, there was like a bunch of papers over in this corner that were like floated in succession. But that's what those pavers were for. Was for that TV glitch, or at least that's what the person who asked me to make the tutorial said they wanted the tutorial titled, because no at this current time at least no one has made any publications on it. So at this current time, it's kind of up in the air as for a name of it. So I was just like, feel free to name it. And he was just like, I want to call it the TV glitch. And I was like, sure. Because I mean, like, it, so far, to my knowledge, it only works with the arcade machine. And It like it is such an weird, it is such an odd duck. That's the best way I can put it. It's such an odd duck. Oh, I wonder if that's where the water is for the well. That'd be interesting, actually. If it's just like super far under the plot, that'd be hilarious, actually. Everyone's just like, if it's hilarious, why aren't you laughing? I'm laughing on the inside. At this point, Palia has caused my facial muscles to mostly atrophy. So, yeah. Sorry. uh, all right, dude. You have a good sleep, hon. Hmm. I cannot for the life of me. Oh no, it's because it's called Rage Against the. Yeah, such a weird item. It's like there are certain items in the game, and it's like I don't know who was in charge of naming these items, but I get the feeling they're not there anymore. Because like the naming convention does not exist anywhere else, and one of them is the Rage Against the Arcade Machine. Then there's a little jaded wall tile. I'm trying to think of any others. I think that might be it. But oh no, there is. Um, is it cross? I think it's cross. I'm rather cross. I'm guessing someone was like was either burnt out or just not feeling it on the development team because yeah, between but and then I mean this one could definitely be just a play on the band name because like Rage Against the Machine. I'm trying to think of any others. I mean, there's yeah the yeah right. Thanks ADHD. Thanks for being a friend. Is it probably would have been around the same era. Um, so meaning like the beginning of the game. But I'm pretty sure. Unless it's a unless it would be one of the unique items, which quite possible. I'm I will admit that the unique items are I know of most of them. Do I have them all memorized? No. But and here's kind of the reason I get the feeling they're not around. They're not with S6 anymore. If there ever would be a place to have that naming convention again, it would have been with the jukeboxes or jukeboxes. Um, but like we do not see like any kind of like I will be kind of catty here. We don't see that clever naming convention with the jukeboxes. There's like Purple Waters. I mean, unless they were going for like a play on Purple Rain there, but that'd be giving them a lot of credit. In any case, I definitely got distracted from what I was doing. That's fair. Um, Sugar. That's not what I wanted. That is. And then that. Right. Has someone purchased the soundtrack of the game? Oh, no. But I can confirm that those were the names of the sound files. Rats. Yeah, it's okay. I was using smaller jumps, so oof. I was really hoping that it was not going to be this many, but here we are. Because I like to make things hard on myself, that's why. Feel like if we do it this way, it should be like doing a speed arch but with stairs. Oh, hey, thank you very much for that follow. Hi. Oh, hey, almost got it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. That's what I meant to do. Was up to the 10th one. Because I'm pretty sure that 10 is kosher. But who remembers anymore? Not this dragon. Whoops. Oh, 11 is okay as well. Fantastic. Thank you. Oh, hey. uh, sorry. Just in the middle of doing something. But thank you so much for like follow back. Um, thank you so much for the raid, everybody. Stream is going pretty well, pretty good so far. Just been messing around for the most part. That's kind of what we do here. We find creative ways to break the game because, why not? What are we building? At the moment, we are doing some testing with a glitch a friend of the channel showed us. Uh, sorry, I remember of a goldfish. Their name was Sumnar. There we go. And it basically if you raise the Rage Against the Arcade machine up high enough, as you'll see, you get a very interesting interaction, which I should mention. Uh, Sumnar was the one who taught me how to do it. But some might recall back in February when uh, God Rusty showed me the glitch, but I never, he never explained how it was done. And so I was just like, I kind of just let it go. Are we still not high enough? Interesting. You do need to get the structure up pretty far. Oh, well, then you are definitely in the right place. Especially if you would like to learn, because one of the main things I do with the channel here is teach people how to use the various glitches that are in the game in creative fashions. Anything from floating to sinking. There are a variety of other shenanigans we can get up to. It mostly just depends on what kind of project you want to do at the moment. As you can see over here, we used a glitch earlier today that lets you place wallpapers on roofs. A 100. Dang it, I'm probably nowhere near close then. Because we did like the height over there is only like 2 boxes. Son of a biscuit. Oh, biscuits, we got some drag. Nah, it's okay. Which in that case, we're just gonna do exactly what we did with the first run, and instead of doing multiple floats, we're uh, just gonna put them all on one plate and then just float the plate. Because we're what class? That's right. We're efficient. Right. We're who am I kidding? Or it's because I'm a lazy dragon. Hey, there we go. We got there. So we don't need this one. Wait, no, we do need this one. There it is. It's up there. Go back down. So now we're about we're actually too high. Nice. Which and I saw your message, Snark, about uh like playing on it, and I was just like, oh gosh. I mean, that was the idea that I had, but it's having a moment. I mean, is it because interesting? That is so strange. So that will not work because oh, no. Okay, it will work. Fantastic. You just need to make sure to put it or wait. And then let's see animation like that. Nope. Yep, there you go. So you just need to make sure that it's like far enough behind it. Now, of course, right. And then this side has the which I'm 90% sure that if you try and put this inside like indoors, the it will get teleported to the front gate. Just caution. Um, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we can test. That's why we're here. It will. Yeah. So basically, you just are gonna want to. Yeah. As Snark mentioned, it needs a ground connection. But I mean, on the plus side, you can still get it inside. So, yeah. So, in a nutshell. Oh, right. And I also had something for this, especially because Winter Lights is coming up next month. Uh, because you know it is kind of awkward to just like have a floor chilling there. Tiny Dragon has you covered. All right, hon. We'll catch you next time, Miss Angie. So we are going to lay out some of these ice patches on a floor. Because, yeah, I was thinking about this the other day. I was just like, just having the floor up there is mm, mm. Then we're gonna need a shelf. Any shelf will do as long as it rotates. Just depends on how creative we need to get with it. There we go. And now we're gonna flip this upside down. And now you just need to find the angle that will let you grab your floor. Theoretically, it's there. And then if it won't, because it's being difficult, just put another floor beside it. Use group select, it'll grab it. You know, put the bird to S6. I mean, what? After which we find the plate that we need to go on. This might get a little bit awkward. Evidently not. It's okay. I don't mind it when things are easy. And now instead of I mean, it's not as fluffy. Interesting. I was gonna say, instead of a floor, we now have a nice fluffy cloud. But apparently, when you get out of outside a certain amount of render distance. I actually don't mind that we did it in the two step. But yeah, when I have more energy, I will be doing a full on tutorial of this. So I have not um haven't had it in me. How many plots do I have? I have the maximum. So I have 10. Sorry, it's not a hard question. I have 10 plots. But then again, I've been playing for, ugh, depending on the day of the week, longer than I care to admit. Um, I'm just kidding. I've been playing for about 2 and a bit years now. So since 2023, when the beta first started. So especially for someone who like just started, I definitely am just like, do not compare yourself to me. I am like the epitome of a bitter old queen. So like, although that being said, if there was ever somebody to take advice from, it's the bitter old queen. And the best advice I have for new players is to not rush through content because content droughts happen a lot. So while, yes, it would be great to like rush through the storyline and rush through all the side quests and all that, as soon as you do, you're just going to be with the rest of us waiting for the content to come out, and you're just probably going to be burnt out like the rest of us. So, yeah, on that note, however, see everybody in a few minutes. All right, and we're back, everybody. Apologies, I was just quickly grabbing a bite to eat. Whew. Alrighty. Trying to remember what the plan was, because I did actually have one for once. I do kind of remember that I wanted to redo this awning back here. Hmm. Oh, right. I had a thought the other day. Um, Funny enough, yeah, sorry, this has nothing at all to do with what I was about to try and do. Let's see if I can find my spider webbing. Is if I can. Mm, One of the issues with working on a maxed out plot, you can't just place items down. Oh, hey, look at that. Our spider webbing. The thought that I had, I thought at least, was pretty nifty. Now, if you group select your spider webbing while it's on top of your barrel, well, that'll let us place it on our wall like that. It's just a matter of, you know, finding the right balance with your barrels. After that, we can just shove this into a wall. Just need a couple pavers. A bit too far. More or less. Of course, inside, since the walls tend to go all the way down to the floor, you can just stack them up from the floor. Mhm. You're back from Wicked 2. Hmm. You didn't miss much. I'll think. I did a demonstration of that Rage Against the Arcade Machine glitch. Yeah. Is it this wall that... Okay. I knew I wasn't, I mean, entirely crazy. That, like, one of the walls on this stair thing... Oh, nope, never mind. Of course. I was going to say, keeps it from jumping all around. But nope. Ah, one of, like, the most annoying things in Palion. I hate rotational floats so much. They make barely any sense to me. It's like 90% of the reason why I have not done a new Arch tutorial is because it involves figuring out the rotational float for all the other containers. Evening grub. How's your day going? And if anyone is curious or out there just like, oh, well, you could just do an Arch video for the small bug containers. I could, yes. Yes, I could. But then the comment section would have in it at least one, if not more. How can I use this for one of the bug containers that is not in this video? So do I do the work now or do I do the work later? You've been knocking a ceiling down in your house, like IRL or in like Palia. Either way, that's pretty butch. Oh yeah, I right on. Yeah. When I said all the other ones, I meant all the other ones, not just the other bug container. I meant small, medium, large fish as well. Because yeah, it's all good. At the moment, attempting to come up with a different kind of glass ceiling. Because you know what? What the heck, we're here. An old church schoolhouse. Right on. That would be really cool to renovate. Do glitch building in the real world. Everyone else is just like, I think they just call that contract work. Their pat, but and just like, I mean, kinda. Some of the heckin' houses I've lived in, they might as well, they definitely belong in the makeshift furniture line. Okay, so we're taking it this way, down that way, go that way. Why not? Let's try that. I think that's the same. Okay, well, we got a starting point. And it actually wasn't that bad. We just need to go more that way, I guess. Ooh. too much. Okay, so straighten out down to. Let's try the line. We're we're inching closer to victory. No. That was what? Okay, so let's try there. Let's go in the line this time, I guess. And then let's try. Sorry, Snark. What are you trying to work out to get repeatedly? I'm so confused. Oh, arches and circles. Yeah. This game just, for some reason, has like it just hates them. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. I have zero clue why S6 just seemingly like despises symmetry and circles or anything curvature. And it's just like, is there something we need to unpack regarding symmetry? Should we have a little sharing session, maybe? Did something symmetrical fall on you at some point in your life and now you can't see it without being triggered? I know that sounds insensitive of me to say, but actually look at everything in Palia, nothing is symmetrical. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And for anyone that has done 3D modeling, it is actually harder. It is actually harder to have things asymmetrical than not, because there are functions in most, maybe not all, but most 3D modeling programs that you can just mirror surfaces and you can just mirror it to make it symmetrical. So like for things to not be symmetrical, they would actually have to model both sides. The spending more time on a piece. Which I don't know about y'all, but that makes the internal tiny dragon just start screaming. It's just like, why? And I think, believe it or not, the one that gets me the most every single time is in the first structure you build in Palia. Because it's in the harvest house. Look at the line. My camera isn't at a weird angle. It is off center. By just enough to make anyone else who out there who's like me go. And then I was in such a state of shock, I don't remember a thing. I didn't even know. Sorry. For anyone that's confused, that's from Chicago. In Cell Block Tango. Uh, but yeah, tiny acts of violence. Guess we could just go with a normal arch. For the most part, I guess. Though that being said, I'm not even sure why I'm starting this because I have nowhere near enough veil pixies, which is what I wanted to use for building materials. Oh, I do have stellar news though for anybody that was here last week when I was working in my winter plot and I like almost had a mental breakdown on screen. We won't get into it. Anyways, moving on. Not important. Um so so while yes, this will be easier if we do this indoors because I do need to do it indoors first, then move outside. So let's do that. Okay. So for anyone that is very confused, I was working on my new kitchen that I was trying to make, and I was just like, okay, yeah, I'm trying to get these to like go together. And about here is when, yeah, there it is. That's when the breakdown started. Now, for anybody that is very confused as to why, here is both the workaround and the reason. So this is how it used to function a while ago. So you used to be able to group select a rug and things could just glide ever so nicely inside of the other thing. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that great? Isn't that amazing? I don't know why that needed to change, but apparently somebody thought it did. So here we are. But of course, as we say, if S6 wants to keep me from doing things, they need to try harder. I didn't. And we just want to group select. Works better with crates. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. There we go. And then yeah, you just have the building blocks on top when everything is all like nicely together, and then you just group select everything. Let's see if this actually works. Group select, then we group select it. That's annoying. But again, see previous statement. If they are trying to stop me from doing things, I need to try harder. Because this just means that now we just need an intermediary. See, they're just wasting my time. Because what do we say, class? That's right. It's not a matter of if I'm going to get my way. It's a matter of how long S6 is going to sit there telling me that it's impossible. And when they're finally going to let me have my way. Of course, there are nicer group selects that we can do in order to have this right on top of the paver. I actually was a lovely child for the most part, believe it or not. Um, but that's mainly because I had a very supportive environment that allowed me to, but wait, sorry. However, however, if everyone remembers both the kid and that person in school that was always and not in an act of defiance, but in sheer curiosity, and always asked why. That was me because I was curious. So you're not allowed to do X. Okay, why? Because I said so is not it was not a valid answer for me. So I guess in that sense, yeah, maybe I was a bit of a hellion. Should probably apologize to my mom. But um, that's kind of why, I had a talk with my sister, like when she first had her kids, and she used the because I said so, and I was so triggered, and I was just like, sis, there is one thing that because I said so does to your kids, and that instills in them that it's not okay to ask questions. And she kind of like looked at me and she's like, okay. And I'm just like, it doesn't need to be a complex answer, but as long as it's like literally anything other than because I said so, stimulates that curiosity and encourages them to ask questions. Tiny tips from a tiny dragon. It actually is pretty cute. Should do like that. Dang, that's a request I keep meaning to do. Is like, can we make the mechanical chappas not a floor item, please? Now that S6 is down to like reclassify items, I need this to not be a floor item. And that's how our world becomes better because because of everyone that doesn't take because I said so as an answer. I mean, kind of. If you stop and think about it for a moment, um, along with what I mentioned before, or I guess to dive in a bit more, it kind of gets your kids or those to whom you're giving tutelage uh, on the path of complacency, because it you're telling them to just trust the person who is saying this. And while you can trust that you are not misleading them, if down the line, say a teacher or someone in a position of power uses that, and it's just like, okay, well, my parent used that, so I guess that is a valid response. And then just eventually they just start asking why. And again, to like circle back, it's not out of defiance, it's out of curiosity. Um, it's At least that's what it was for me. I can't speak for everyone, but I will always be on the side of fostering curiosity, especially in young people. Um, because it kind of jumpstarts them into critical thinking, which I find has done a lot of good in my creative work. Hey, thank you for the follow. I feel like this is gonna be one of the usernames that I'm overcomplicating it in my head. Is it is it just Willie? T-O. Or no, 2-O. What? Darn it. I'm really hit and miss with creative usernames like this. In any case, welcome on in. If there's anything I can do to assist, please don't hesitate to throw a question out. That being said, however, most of my knowledge is limited to Paleo. You have a myriad of other skills, but you know. Fiddlesticks. Which one would I... That's what I get for not double checking sooner. Right there. Good. I don't think that's enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I suppose we're not really um brain, please function. We're not going for like the full arch because we're going for like structural components here. So we can stop at 7. Although that being said, there's no harm in doing more as long as we just kind of like break off the 7th one. Oh, that being said, I am not sure we actually have enough small crates. That doesn't even seem physically possible. Wait, what? Oops. Groups. Select shenanigans. Oh, biscuits. Welcome on in, Raiders. How goes the day? For anyone that is unfamiliar with myself, my name is a tiny dragon. I built things. I always feel like everybody else's like blurb is so polished, and then like mine is just like word vomit. Anyways, not important. If anybody needs to raid and run, please feel free to. If anybody would love to stay and hang around as well, you're free to hang around. We are a lurk-friendly channel as well. So if that's more your vibe, feel free. I always, actually, I can't really say I always, but I should say more. Um, or should mention this more, that people are free to engage with as much or as little with the channel as they would like. Even if it's just popping in periodically to ask for some assistance with figuring out a glitch. Because that is the main thing that I do here, is help out people with their glitching conundrums or projects. But I also just, I build. If building was a skill in Palia, that would be my highest stat. But if sorry, my brain's also fried. Like, um, how's your stream, by the way? What'd you get up to? I really should just like have like a list. Yeah, I feel that too. I think the term is filling from an empty cup. The next update is looking really fun. So, at least, I don't know. Or maybe not really fun, but mildly fun. From the side of uh, the string lights. I'm mostly excited for the string lights. Ah, biscuits. Okay. I'm going to go take that self-care break. I will see everybody shortly, right after the ads. But yeah, it's going to reset. Almost back from the break. All right, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, definitely beautiful stories being shared um in chat. Thank you, everybody. I'm I never really had any uh miniatures. I was I had more Lego in my younger years. So, um it was Lego, and then after, or sorry, what was the evolution? It was um Lego, or I mean, before Lego, it was Duplo. Um, um, oh, Twitch. Twitch held that message because of the miss of of the missing B. uh, that's um sorry. So Duplo, then Lego, then I think it was called Bionicle, was like a little bit of a thing. Uh, Also Connects, that was also a thing for a little bit. Hmm. Wait, really? That's insane. Okay, we must have messed up on the group select because something is going on with these. Gosh darn it. Alright, hon. You go de-stream while I can try my best from having another Tiny Dragon moment. Okay, I think we did it. Feels like it's not as perfect as like the old ones were. It's just, I mean, not that the old version was perfect, but it was mildly better than this. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alright, that makes me feel a little bit better about myself. When you fail like repeatedly, and it's just like, hmm. Oh, biscuits. I literally just realized that we, and by we, of course, I mean I, uh, put all of the blocks into our inventory just surely out of habit. Well, looks like we're taking a trip to the transfer plot. That's okay. We wanted to grab more crates anyway. Poker face. I was planning this all along. Hey Kahaku, thanks for the reminder. Maybe we shouldn't go overboard. But where's the fun in that? Yeah, I think that is probably too many, but you know. Whatever. Whoa. I also had the idea, or like the crazy idea. Um, when was it? Uh, Actually, I think just over the weekend. And I was just like, you know, I've always kind of hated the interior of my conservatory, but like, I'm kind of stuck with it for the most part because oh, sugar. Uh, I'm stuck with it for the most part because textures. But now that we can transfer buildings from other plots, I could just put new textures on a new conservatory and then just rebuild it. What textures? Sorry, when I say textures, I mean like wallpapers, flooring, that type of thing. But and that's most of the reason why I like absolutely despise like how I did the conservatory on this plot, and it's because for whatever reason I thought uh, the the sakura blossom wallpaper would be a good idea. Don't ask me why. I don't know. I know that I was there. I was not present. That's pretty much it. I was looking for something that would go with the green, and I think. Oh, why can't I change them in the existing one? Oh, wait. Mm, that's why. For anyone that has not gone over the item limit, you cannot place new textures down. And I passed the point of being able to go under the item limit a long time ago. The workaround of, well, just pick up items until you're underneath the item limit. Well, what exactly do I destroy? I mean, I'm sure if I like cleaned up. That's literally the only. Sorry. Uh, the so there is that, and then you can't obstacle flick. Basically, anything that involves you placing something from your inventory cannot do. But that being said, remember the wording there is very important because I have had people ask me this in the past, which is why I'm bringing it up now. Anything that involves you placing something from your inventory. The reason why I bring that up is that performing an item cancellation involves you pulling an item from your inventory, but you don't need to place it. So in a nutshell, can cancel place and all of the glitches that branch off of cancel placing, anything that involves obstacle flicking, because obstacle flicking comes from your inventory. Obstacle flicking is a version of inventory flicking. Way back in the day, there actually was a version of flicking that wasn't obstacle flicking, that was just called inventory flicking, and if you were on console, you just basically button mashed A, and that was the trick. Or A. I mean, depending on what you're playing. What console you're playing on. So you sure are. I believe the term is cornhole. But that also being said, also, hi, welcome on in, Raiders. Came in at a very interesting time. We're talking about accidentally picking up textures on a overcapacity plot. Because I mentioned that you're cornholed, but you're not completely cornholed, because you can technically just transfer in a new building with the texture reapplied. However, if you're like me and you have something that is like intricately woven together, like this nonsense here, or that's like this courtyard that isn't actually, or these courtyards that aren't actually attached to buildings, because they're not, they're attached to, they were cut off, and so they like run into hallway sections. They're artifacts of a bygone era, so I literally cannot replicate this anymore. At that point, we're probably looking at what can we triage to get under the 3,500. So, yeah. Good on you. Also, how was your sorry, now that I got my word vomit out about that, how was your stream, Miss Widget? I understand if you need to raid and run, and yeah, I would. But it's okay because at this point, I'm so good at triaging plots that there is an order of operations of what you destroy first. And so it's like, okay, what do we take out? Okay, first thing that goes is the pathing, all the pathing. You would be surprised how many item slots you gain when you just take a hacksaw to your pathing. I think if I were to like completely take out all of my pathing, so like all this completely around, I would probably gain easily 500 item slots. And that's because if we zoom in, each of these is 4 concrete pavers, and then underneath it to like get rid of the grass is a stone flooring. That's 5 items. Also, thank you so much for the kind words, everybody. And yeah, pathing is such an item sink. It's kind of humorous, kind of, that S6 just like keeps on coming out with these like highly requested X, Y, or Z, and I'm just like, I don't know about y'all, but like my wish list is I mean, it's more of a just decor suggestion. Rather than a lemon. It's a soft cap, I think they call it. Um, what could we use on this plot? Well, for one, we can get rid of that hecking industrial shelf so I can stop looking at it. Um, there are a few ways. If you've ever had an item show up in what we in the glitching community call the lamp zone, which is right here by your shipping bin, there is a fun fact about that item. It is now a Palian nomad. So if you reload your plot, but you go into a different plot. So instead of this plot, if I say I'm on my market plot and there's an item in my lamp zone, that item will reload into that item or into that plot. Now, instead of conceptually, I'll just do it. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Let's bring over some more tools. Because, you know, why not? We're here. And also, maybe some coal piles, I guess. I don't know. My plot is kind of in a weird spot right now. So the main way that a lot of people bring items over from one plot to another is by using, believe it or not, the makeshift tent. And as a note, if you're trying this at home and it's not working for you, you need to pick it up from the inside. And it's a little bit easier to see with a wall item, but when you do that, the item is floating in midair. And all of these items, if you don't pick them up, they're all going to get booted to your lamp zone. Now, there are other ways because, it is always imperative to not only have one trick. Because S6 likes to break things. Another way to do this is by performing some type of lateral float. And if you go from one end of your plot to the other, you actually break through the boundary of your plot. And again, and now I'm going to do what is called, as I mentioned, a lateral float. So I'm going to press number 1, and that does what's called an item cancellation. That's preps anything that's placed on top of this is going to get shot out into space. And the best part, if S6 wants to take that one away, it means they need to let us go further out, which they're not going to do. So they literally have a Sophie's choice. It's like, do you want to expand? Do you want to let us keep having this one, or do you want us to build further out? So after that, after your items on the other plot are ready to go, either by using the lateral float or by using the tent, you're going to go to your plot that's over capacity or just about, and you will run out your front gate. Afterwards, we're going to run back inside. I'm so sorry. If it makes you feel any better, it probably won't, but I hope it might. I feel you. It's that moment when you're just like, the limit does not exist. What? What? Hmm. And we haven't even gotten into the crazy yet, because we haven't even talked about teleporting buildings yet. Because, yeah, that 19 out of 30, guess what? That's also a suggestion. Yeah, that one gets a little bit more complicated because you do need a specific plot skin, or sorry, landscape. Hey, Mail. Love you too. Thanks for the reminder. Um, but uh, tiny disclaimers, however, uh, don't send too many items through at once. They're, I mean, at one point we were pretty sure we knew what the limit was. At this point, who knows? Um, it was around like 200, we were pretty sure. But I think it was like a week or two ago, or maybe last week, that I tried sending through like a mixture of building blocks and other things. And then it was just like, nah, nah. But good news, however, that if you do that, it's not that the items don't get lost. You just need to empty out your lamp zone. And then once you empty out your lamp zone, you just reload your plot, and then more will load in. Because everything else is just in a queue. Um, but yeah, so teleporting buildings. Love you too, hun. And as a reminder, I'm just the archivist here. I've got a great set of people who over at Unofficial Palia Housing who help out with testing and whatnot. Yes, yes, this plot, I'm with you. I'm with you. However, this plot has uses. It does. So if we turn off the ground, and now we need to make sure our head is at a certain level. And then we're going to do this weird jump trick thing and then open our... Yeah, there we go. You like do like a... you do like a roll with Y and H. Is it just me or are the flashes coming back? Oh, there we go. I apparently did it wrong. But I think this might still work. I can't remember. I wish Drake was here. Drake is helpful for these things. We didn't do it right. Enjoy your mirror. Wow, I enjoy your lurk, Mail. Okay, there we go. So this is the other version of the of this state that you can be in. You could enjoy your milk. Um, it's hilarious. Uh, if you'll notice, once I select this for movement, it I can't actually move it, but we did forget to turn off the ground because of course we did. Of course we did. Can we float the building? Unfortunately, I don't think so. That would be a Drake Lance question. I know we can do shenanigans with the Winterlight's Red Present and the Alchemist homes. Gosh darn it. What? Drake, what am I doing wrong? I'm trying to sink a building. Drake is the one who published the literature. Look down. Oh, okay. I was pretty sure. Okay. Look, yeah, that makes more sense. Hmm. Uh, actually, think yeah, I want to sink it. Is it that I'm not supposed to be in the locked mode? Alt F. Oh gosh. Why did I press it? What did I do? I was curious. Well, now I know that. Nope. Because I am a gamer boy. I when it comes to computers, I know just enough. You're welcome. I am so happy I could be of assistance. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not even sure that was a prank. I think it was just a series of unfortunate events. Um okay. First line with the bottom of where the building is going to be. Okay. Let's turn that off. No, apparently. Maybe I'm looking too far down again. Oh, I was going. Yeah, hold it. Sorry. I'm now remembering why I did this. Um, and I originally put like another structure just so I like had a frame of reference. Also, thank you for the follow, long and loud. I don't. Hmm. Needs to be a bit higher. Mm-hmm. Have you done this recently? Oh, you've done it recently with the harvest house? Oh, there we go. Hey, maybe. Now, with any luck, this will be so far down that it will get booted to our gate. Which, from the looks of it, it probably will. And then, same as before, we go to our maxed out plot. Although, obviously, this plot isn't maxed out for buildings, but, you know, if it were. Okay, there we go. No idea what happened there. All right, hon. You make sure to get a lot of rest. And thank you so much for joining us. And there's our freshly teleported conservatory. Definitely suck it bucket worthy. So yeah, as I mentioned, decor limit, suggestion. Flower limit, definitely a suggestion. Building limit, suggestion. Construction limit, a little bit annoying, but yeah, suggestion. Oh, Drake, which. Oh, alchemist rooms are easy. You don't do that with alchemist rooms. You just chuck them on a red present that's been yeeted across the plot. Is it a good option? No, but it works. Yeah, I know. I figured. You needed to know your options. I also am like averse to that option because it's technically a premium option, which is why Town and Dragon doesn't like it. And it's like the only instance we have of a glitch being a no, the the red present is not. It's a timed event option. You do not need to pay real world money to get a Winterlight's red present. You do not. You do need to pay real world money for the unknowable expanse. So, yeah. That's more what I meant about premium option. At that point, however, I think we're talking more about like we're splitting between like premium and like accessibility. Although not like not the one kind of accessibility, but the other kind of accessibility. Um, in any case, I should raid out before the ads come. Sorry, everybody. On the plus side, ha, that'll be the heckin' day. Red present recipe. There we go. We did have some sneezes. I mean, personally, I would prefer it if it would get like added into the game permanently. That would be best, the best addition to the game. Yeah, that I would love. Maybe, I mean, you know what? At this point, I'll take what I can get. Because, yeah, gifting decor, sure. Especially because, like, it's literally a present item, and it would be nice to give that to people. Hmm. Here we go. Let's go bug widget, or not, let's go bug maybe. Looks like she's playing with her arm moves, I think. I have no idea. She apparently likes the ranching. Good on her. I am happy for her happiness. It's right up there with cooking. Or no, not cooking. The people that hunt, that do nothing but hunt. And also, thank you, Drake. You have a great rest of your day as well. Someone has to. True enough, I suppose. Before I let everyone go, of course, that little reminder that I end every stream with, that I have been and I always will be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams, and I'll always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please keep your dreams just as big, my dears. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow, unless your time zone is somewhere else, in which case I will see you at that time. All right. Much love, everybody.